Good afternoon, morning, and welcome back to the channel. And I need to mute myself because I hear myself twice. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with more Great Ace Attorney. On the last episode, we looked for some clues. We found Enoch Drago in a river in a safe. And now we're going to go ahead and get into the trial where apparently we might have an idea of who our mystery apprentice is for Lord Van Zeeks. So, we're going to go ahead and continue this. Sorry for not being able to stream this past weekend. Like I said, it is annual enrollment time, so it may or may not be streaming time for the week and weekend because of everything, because of how busy it's going to be. Hopefully it'll die down later in December, for sure, but I know this, the first couple of weeks are really, really a pain in the butt when it comes to being an insurance agent. So, let's go ahead and get right into everything and find out some more and get into the trial. Here we go, boys. At number 24, 9:11 a.m., the Old Bailey defendants entered chamber. Good morning to you, Mr. Nahuda. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I don't know. I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to do. Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Schultz, you're here. Unnatural. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends at all times. Do you actually handle sales, or do you just like answer questions like what I did? No, I actually handle the sales too. I enroll them and everything like that. Tell them about the features of the plan, you know, your deductibles and things like that. Yep. I do the enrollment process, man. I'll see you later. Elementary, my dear Renosuke. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but I just felt I must interject. Yeah. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Schultz. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? Can you cast in my direction? Sorry, I don't follow. Once I spell it out, I, the great Sherlock Holmes, the greatest detective of worldwide exclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Well, I must agree then. As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ a full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked my cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then he poured a boiling cup of Harlane's experimental blend on my face, and at last I was scared. Thought I was poisoned. Ah! Oh my, Iris isn't busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Or is she? Okay, never mind. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist. One who relishes the infinite possibilities of living being. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. I'm the one who got up. Sorry to cut in. Oh, Gregson! Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow. Rather grim expression this is like the early hour. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dude, are you gonna take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know! Poor Professor. Anyway. Here's the paperwork you asked for. That paperwork. I took delivery of a request to you yesterday. I'm feeling it may prove useful. believe that I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's a professor's autopsy report. That mass murders? You killed 5 members of the aristocracy? I never say that word, said. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It's all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Because all number has been entered. We can't look at it yet. I don't know what this is. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Alright, let's look at this thing. Condemned prisoner redacted the confidentiality, assumed the professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight 17th of June, Courtney Stevens. Courtney Stevens? I thought her last name was Sith. Or was this another Courtney? What? Oh, maybe it's like a maiden name? Or married name, maybe? Interesting. That's all I was going to give me, just that? That's all it gives me? Wow, okay. Ugh. That kind of hang. I thought there'd be more to it than that. Okay. Yes. Much obliged, Rex. Us Will and Lad the Yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great detective shows, of course. Hell started before the storm this afternoon. Didn't realize Steph from Two Colors. Yeah, I mentioned that. When I did my version OnlyFans, I actually said that they were in it. Ugh, I don't know if you remember that. But yeah, they played the Dungeon Dungeon. I don't know if they're in episode 2 or 3, but they were in episode 1. Well then, Professor Harebrained, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Rubble. Yes. We expect the prosecutor to summon him as a witness. Still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant. Trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. This is it then. The final chapter. Fun. I'm facing a little. Are there 2 more cases? I've felt this before, actually. It's strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. October 24th, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrained here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsel for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready. When the House counsel can take off the damn mask? Defense is ready, Miller. I'm pretty sure that's Cosmo. I don't know how you lived, though. That's the thing I'm not sure about. His promise, the only reason he has his apprentice with him. His memory loss. Episode 1 was all she got done today. It looks like it's going to be the new Monday game. She didn't say one way or other where she plans to jump right into 2 and True Colors after. I know she plans to go straight through Uncharted on Thursday, but that's supposed to be good. Yeah. That makes sense. So the first, the Before the Storm is 3 episodes. It's not 5 like the normal Life of Strangers. Life is Strange 2 is 5 episodes. Of course, the original is 5, and of course, the one that we did is 5 as well. Hold on. Let's come up. What's that? There we go. Yeah, Uncharted is really good. I've played all 4 of those. I haven't played the new one, though. If it doesn't do that, maybe I'll play the new one. We'll think about it. Let's get through this. Let's get through annual enrollment first before we decide anything like that. All we do know is the Monday game will be the Ace Attorney stuff. We'll go to Ace Attorney, the original, after this. After that, we might do Danganronpa because that's sort of in the same genre. Then the Wednesday/Saturday, I'll put that in a group, is going to be Judgment. And then the Thursday/Sunday is going to be Disco Elysium. Again, it's really going to depending on how busy it's going to get in the next couple of weeks as far as how much we can get done before the end of the year. More than likely, we're just going to have the Monday streams and maybe the Saturday streams till the end of the year. Sunday is going to be really, really hard for me for the next couple of weeks. Anyway, in a man, Lord Menzies. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes. My apprentice. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh, he's got an animation. Oh, he just knocks the cork off. Brah! I therefore instructed my sister to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial, and to make sure I have one green-eyed. So wait, if that really is who I think it is, what's that blade that he has? And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. He couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but oh, this is so very hard. I mean, is that really Cloud? Or is it Sephiroth? I don't know. I can't tell how the length of his sword. It could be either one of them. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene of the day in question. I did that. Asshole. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good. Very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in the courtroom today and not utterly handpicked by somebody. Daniel from LIS2 is going to be a Heather Field man. Yeah. Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise this section of deceit. I find it so very comparing. Take a man's life with a conjuring trick. It's against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Law! Anything scientists should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
I just want my corn. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of this and settle on one. That's it, isn't it? I don't know how this works.
Well, like this in my day. It's like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Menzies. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed and exploded and affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? Explosion? Accidentally shoots the gun and the move comes flying out. Wow! This is an outrage! Or maybe you did, sort of. Yes, I heard these grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard sent me a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes and flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? Trevor. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. But an explosion photograph has been entered into the court record. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation from Scientific Women Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the addiction was obliterated from existence. The law defines murder as an act of malicious intent, depending on what actually killed him. Lesser charges could be initiated later, but if this guy's death was truly accidental, then murder is not the correct charge. Ah, semantics, Winter. You know, semantics. You could. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine who ultimately caused its loss of control. Objection! As Lord Benzies rightly says, this is a very different trial now. What's he up to? The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Aspen died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Trevor, and the victim himself, Mr. Aspen. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. Positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Benzies, tell me your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Ugh. Boop, boop, boop. Say your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say. Where can I find the hard to pin down job requirements? Unsure of everything. Oh, hey! I'm going to apply to that. Excuse me, guys. See that black monocle? Yes. Why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you do? I didn't take the same feeling myself. Your trial indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. That's the waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I'll show you. Clear it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out in Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused's super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you can say that. I'm aware of it. Why are there so many things in red in this, by the way? There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? There's a lot of words in red. That's really weird. It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiments. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it. In precise accordance with the blueprints. But that's all. And the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. Yeah, what is with his movements? Holy fuck. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous conditions of reality at last. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide modified? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. I think it was because someone would like the word modified. I don't know.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of a staged trickery. But then it's merely proposed a method to demonstrate its feasibility, nothing more. But... we procrastinated long enough. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony. Now the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. The kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Osmond's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to its precise specifications. It was no trick. The whole show was a fraud. It would have required a body double. You think of having twin? All the spectators saw the burglars appear above their heads and they crashed headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. Basic conjuring principle. Except it cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Ashley had no twin sibling. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring arguments. Such sounds do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drummer. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler, you preyed on agent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witnesses worked up a test to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We found it there ourselves. The hypothesis is sound. It can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling countless scientists in the past, would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident? Or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Alright, let's see what we have. Cross-examination. Kinesis machine. And Professor Cross from 1 year ago through introduction. Priming blueprints to construct the machine to its precise specifications. There was no trick. I'll show the fraud with a required body until we can win. Press this.
Hold it!
Of course! That's it! I had it with a twin!
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. I had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before. But the center hadn't quite left me. The imitation could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Sith absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Aspen, did moved from the stage to the Crystal Tower. Fingerprints found at the scene attest to that fact. So it could have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Aspen. What do you think, Mr. Narada? Oh! No, nothing? But the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Wait, really near the end of the prestige here? All these victims saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash into the tower. Press that one.
Hold it!
It crashed head first, you said. According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. There no your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. Birdcage followed me headfirst into the tower. Not just to prove that you were there, stupid. I was surprised. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Being former recruits like me reads the newspapers now. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, even stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of his fall from considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research on this. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. Since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, the thought is that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. Terrible action, I grant you, perhaps the signs of which the machine was built was false somehow. Okay, I think it's this. Let me see. Look at the birdcage. Okay, I already looked at that. I'm gonna present the birdcage here. That's the only thing that really makes sense out of all this.
Objection!
Yeah! We examined the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are are at the base of the bird cage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. I'm doing that thing where I use my phone and my e-reader to watch you and Heather's CA stream at the same time, and someone in the chat there is saying Indiana Jones came about because Spielberg wanted to direct a Bond movie, but the producers didn't want him. Interesting. If that's true, that's interesting. I wonder how Spielberg would do a Bond movie now. Was this? I also wonder if it. Yeah, who's playing Bond at this time? I wonder. Was it Pierce Brosnan, or was it before? I'm really curious about that now. No. Pierce Brosnan wasn't James Bond. Who was James Bond back when the Indiana Jones series was going? I was after Connery, after Dalton, but before Brosnan. I don't remember. Yeah, I know. I'm like you. I'm really curious at that now. You got me thinking on that now, OnlyFans. Birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the Crystal Tower. The damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a satanic experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Yeah! What? You said part of that was red. That was weird. I think it was that. It might have been more. Wait, which one was before Brosnan? Was it Dalton or more before Dalton? Before Brosnan, I mean. I think it's more. I don't know. That's gonna be on my mind for the rest of the night. Good gracious! Make yourself witness. Well, you sweat now, asshole. If we were to examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. Damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
But multiple witness reports claim it fell headfirst. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. And altitude is some 60 feet above ground level. Which according to the Junior Woodchuck guidebook, yes, get to bring that back, it's approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the Crystal Tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are deterrently unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
It plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. I'm reading scientific analysis of this from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually. Quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Zanzi's. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. You're going to establish this deception. Right. Sorry? I feel like that's the Undertaker. Oh yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. Obviously it wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? Seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Trevor, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. I really had him there. Look, I'm doing the robot, guys. These clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Press that.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there's a lot of witnesses who saw Miss Aspen on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact falling from the fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. If you have from below, fine. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. Putting the deck on the tower was 30 feet up. A difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. There we go. The victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A tragic scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes. It's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators from the day saw it. Birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air? I mean? Certainly yes. Okay, so we're back to that. Okay. So it's gotta be this one again. I'm not sure what to actually present here. Okay, what would be the sketch? What would be the cloth? What would be the crossbow? Victim? Autopsy report, screwdriver, Rubble, camera, broken glass, extra through waxwork. That looks interesting. Maybe that? Photographic print on the experimentation stage after it was clearly leveled by a time bomb. The metal floor of the stage has been blown over by an explosion. Because that. Trevor. Really weird on that part right there. See, it's broken here? So is it that? I'm a little confused on this one. That's the balloon. Report that the victim. I don't see anything here. Alright. We're gonna have to save here first. So let's save here. I'm not exactly sure what this one is. Yeah, we're going early tonight for saves. Alright. I'm gonna first say this.
Objection!
It is not that. Fuck. Alright. Not that. Alright, not that one. Rashford head. This completely took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage would fall. That's just a sketch that he did. Can't be that. Can't be that. Can't be that. Can't be that. What? There's Rubble. There's the balloon. There's still the air there. There's the cage again. Nothing that I can see here. I'm really confused on this. It's not that. What else is it? That's just a picture of him. It wouldn't be that. Is it the balloon picture? That's the weapon, that's the report. That's the victim. Alright, so the only other I'm really confused with this one. So we know it's not that one. Can't be that one. Can't be that. Can't be that. Can't be that. Can't be that. It could be this. We already presented that, so I doubt it's that. I don't think it's that. So is it balloon? I don't think it's that. It could be that one. Could be that. Could be that. I think it's down to the sketch, the photograph of the victim, or the balloon. Just make it like picture of something falling from. Okay, I want to say the balloon here. Because that's the one high up in the air. Is it that one?
Objection!
No. Fuck. Alright, yeah, we know. Okay, I'm really not sure on this one. Well, then my next guess, if it wasn't that one, I would have to say this one.
Objection!
That's what it is, okay. This is a diagram of the experimental stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location for which the birdcage would have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You indicate the place for which you are referring to. On the same diagram. Oh, God. Alright. The alternative location for which the birdcage could possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet. Alright. What? Maybe in here? what I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. It's the only thing that had the 30 feet, so it's the only thing I can think of. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Right, exactly. Go on, Calvin. It turns out the experimentation stage was built at a considerably height above ground level. If you look at the diagram we got, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. Oh, okay. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there would be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend, there's no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Yeah, this is why I thought it might have been this, because of the thing of the explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The fence calls for the stage below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber! It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrained hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of the machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Aspen's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh, double fist slams.
Objection!
More blood. And my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, the whistles were nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been demonstrated at the experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I already explained why you wouldn't need to do it. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team report is unequivocal on that point. Ah! And the second flaw in your assertion is this lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Yes. Yes, you did. I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Hutchins? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Aspen. It reads, Mr. Driver is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%? Really very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Driver may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Aspen's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Ugh. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Driver having done as you suggest is nil. Ugh. Ah! Ow! Zada, did you get that doctor on file for us? Because, yeah, we really should hire him. Seems the defense assertions was somewhat wide of the mark. Well, that's it. You will submit the contract as evidence, please. Contract between Mr. Aspen and Mr. Dirty on the terms of which they would profit from the kinesis experiment. Okay. It's true. It's true that I had to look at this. Alright, terms of investment. The investor, Mr. Ernie Aspen, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Driver, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Driver is to be 30% of all remuneration from government grants or other income. Mr. Driver may only uphold this right on condition both contracting parties are alive. There's Aspen and there's Driver's signatures as well. Interesting. Okay. Driver had no opportunity to switch the birdcage over the stage when he wanted to press the tower. He couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecutor is unable to deny that. Ah. Seems that you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruto. Now, no doubt there's other aspects of your assertion. There are undeniable truths, too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built and instead my reputation is defiled. The prosecutor's counter has set the record straight. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there were only 1 birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more than 2 different. There was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up entirely by you, Mr. Driver. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Driver had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume. You're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. These accusations turn out to be false. They make no mistake. The process will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, Do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Trevor has an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Do you ever have an accomplice, or not? Absolutely. Why would you ever back down? Name accomplice. The defense is ready to name Mr. Trevor's accomplice. Somehow the two burglaries must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel? Miller? You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Trevor's accomplice? It was Iris! That dick! It's gotta be Sith, right? It's the only thing that makes sense. Because she's the one who did the forensic report. According to Sith.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friends? Yeah, I was wondering why you said learn friend for a while. Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this contest is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Malheur. Thank you, Mrs. Otter. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. Kept this waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel. The person who colluded with Mr. Trevor in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Sith. What the bleeds are you talking about? Dr. Sith? The forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? We know there were two bird cages, so you could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion. The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make ways for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in the team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands Dr. Sith be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. You've got a nerve, lad! Standing up there, trying to get your name through the mud. I didn't mean it. Very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My friend's imagination appears to be wilder than it is in the night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another great problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A great problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doctor? What? Surely the bird cage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another. That cage would also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim has been reported. Which means there was no one dead or alive who could fill the role of a body double for Mr. Aspen. Ugh, it's true. Requirement is that there were 2 birthdays, and there must also have been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I got an answer to this yet. Do I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stuff was achieved? Oh, is it the wax head? The head of the Professor weapon that was stolen. Oh, yeah, that's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. Very well. This will address my learned friend's concerns. By presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Atkins' body level. Good gracious! Evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, Counsel. Who are you sending a name? You think you have relevant evidence? Present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that were floating above the stage. Which means that any witnesses would have only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Ha! The body double inside the second birdcage was... the wax head.
Take that!
We know that the victim of Jasmine was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. It's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, Counsel. According to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Nyla. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself. Come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Tyler. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there.
Objection!
Are you serious? Open your eyes to look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand for now, Reno's Club. It's the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Oh shit, I lost my powers. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago. The Professor.
Objection!
Sorry about indicting the leader of the forensic investigation as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks? Yes. That's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It's nothing like the victim. In fact, it can hardly resemble anything less. What possible justification can you give? You want to know why? Ask Mr. Rubble. What? Just days before Professor Harebrained performed his public demonstration, Mr. Driver abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. The timing. Is this true, Mr. Driver? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Driver would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Aspen. Yeah!
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing this defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist? That he did so in conclusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Oh shit, my power's still gone. Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord! I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now. I'm pretty sure that was supposed to be learnings, but whatever.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty.
Kill me!
Well, 6 guilties. Oh, jeez, it is the end of the proceedings. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Nara, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way. I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. Jurors will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Horvath? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you to now state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you have decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime on which he is charged. All right. Judicial findings. The jury's contentions. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. Why'd they go from 6 to 1? They didn't usually go from 1 to 6? That was weird. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the whacker of the man's soul has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I see no rigorous proof that this whacker was ever inside the birdcage. Objection. I couldn't tell him without right evidences. He's not a proper job, you see. I won't have it. Wasn't that weird going from 6 to 1? I don't know. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this whacker model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. The United States is obscured and his build in no way resembles that of the victim. I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Esmond's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary. That's the point. That's why I have the strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone realizes. What do you think of Mr. Naruto? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. But it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do. Me? Yes, I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you're ready, Mr. Counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Jury examination. Alright. The case is Rubble. That woman again. Never be an accomplice. Okay, let's press you because you're really Since you know her, let's see what you say.
A lot of things seem to have changed around here. Yeah, I was wondering that too. Why did he go to 6? Copper, lad. Copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that? Should get a face without doing it. Where I start. Work in the yard 40 odd years. That's even more than I thought. Only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. I didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime. We had to fight to win the public trust as well. And when we did. British science was in the infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Sithing. That's right. About 10 years ago now it was. When I was still young as Bobby on meat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coordinator. Now look at her. Head of the forensic investigation team. A woman, no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamed of back then, I tell you. Would you tell me without holding the gun on the air? Or near me? Don't point that way. Point that thing at me. You're all out here, out there on the whole justice lab. Full of them, you were. Full of them. That's coming across loud and clear. Okay. Sort of nonsense to think those two would ever be connected with another. Okay, let me go back to 6 just for a second. Wait, why didn't it go to 6? So if I think the branch of model professionals in the birdcage. But on the other hand, it explains a lot. There really is a reason why that particular whacker had to be used as Miss Jasper's double. We must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. Truth is, I'm sure that that's the key to this. It's the most puzzling part of it, too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean while trying to change the jurors' minds. You read a book while eating a rice cracker, which I'm sure you can do this. That's an odd line. Right. Yes. Okay, so it's just... Okay, so it is just the same... Oh, okay. Okay, that went to 61. Okay. Alright. Let's see. The other nonsense things is 2. There's troubling. I don't think that has anything to do with it. Problems with police that do not trust them. Could be that one. Let me press you.
Hold it!
Yep, he's literally referring to him as a copper. What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing in the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. To perform our great magic in parks, streets, corners, and the like. Please use any excuse to make our lives
Not in my day.
Whoa. Okay, hold on.
Excuse me.
What is that about? Ugh.
You have the same response to that, Mr. Automole? Automole? Who you thought I'm asking mirror? Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I look anything like a man! You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes.
Perhaps we can move on.
I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 said. And clearly you do. Should have had the books back in my day. Back in the good old days. It wasn't like this! Or you like so? We worked our days to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. But Joe, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of the investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name on. There we go. All right, now there we go. Courtney Scythe Courtney Stevens. Now, where would we find that? Where did we find that? This one? Yeah, there it is. There's Courtney Stevens. Okay, I was wondering where that was going to come into play. She's the best of the best. And the apple of... God damn it. Hold on a minute. And the apple of the Force's eyes. Okay. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Ah! Sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens. Is Dr. Sithing... Ah, so Stevens is the maiden name. Okay. Maiden name. So that was before she was married. Only we knew some weird guy who's been hanging around Wax Museum for no reason. Of course. Yes. Sing it. Let's sit down. Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway. The point is, those were great days of policing. Not like now. Turn her up, sir. Do you think you can change your statement to include that name? Yes, I don't see why not. Alright, let me press this to make sure there's nothing else. She was legendary, wasn't she? Was she? What'd you say? Ah! That woman is still the best coin in the land. Head of the Register Investigation Team. Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Radish. That word never passed my lips. I never described anybody that way, ever. Thought they were still in the game. What? I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Sith is extremely talented. Corner. Would that be fair? It would. It would for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that legendary. Okay. Alright, there's still that one there. Okay. So you know where it's proof that this vacuum was ever inside the broken. It's only conjecture. Okay, let's press U now.
Hold it!
Well, you claim the whole instantaneous key system change was a trick! That I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of the hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from a missile explosion, there had been no need to use a real person. But if Waxman had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not exactly sure how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that Waxman being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's not science. I suppose we should expect nothing less than logical argument from a fellow of the world society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed to be managed between some suitable others. Okay, what do we have? Oh man. Ooh, I wonder if that would work. Small fragment of the very unusual and thick glass that was found in the fold of the clothing of the Professor Richard. Pure beef from the Crystal Tower. I bet that's it. Evidence that Professor Waxman was inside that birdcage. Can I present or not? Yes! Okay, yeah. So you present the glass thing, right? Actually, that's something like I'd like you to see, sir. Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. But you're in black. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. You don't trust anyone in black. The air must be very trying. Do you have some evidence that proves the Waxman was inside that birdcage? namely the glass.
Take that!
What's that? Is it glass? It's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. It's like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Holy smokes! Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. And whence this small piece originated. Is that it? Precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence of supportive assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you showed me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the Russian was indeed inside the birdcage. Alright, so... You tell me that righteous evidence is not proper job, is it? I won't have it. Alright, let's press here.
Hold it!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that coin to the floor with you? I don't have. He's been going back on the farm. Picked him off my way into town. He's a proper nibbler, you see. Yes, he is. Yes, nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe we can wait until after the trial. Ooh, I don't like the sound of that. We need colonels at times like these. Whenever I have something big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see. You're talking about your cob of corn. Little guilty. Now no not guilty. Out. Little now guilty. Bubble. Little now guilty. Out. I'm not saying that twice. Is this akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home? So Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we have more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Ooh, I don't know about that. Your time's awfully full already. Amazing. What's a little far-fetched? Okay, now we do this. Yeah, we did this already. Okay. Alright, so we did 6, we did 5, and we did 4. Alright, let's go back to 1 now. Let's see what you say.
Hold it!
This is a tough game. We're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders is Solar Horse. Solar Ponching was caught 2 days flat. That's good for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Sithing in charge of examining the bodies. Evidence arising from her work that led to the rest of the government's responsibility. Oh. Right. Oh. That one is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. Yes, she somehow thought this murder business is a load of old tosh. I was up to meet a Preston George, not the other way around. Okay. That gave me shit. Ugh.
Hold it!
Alright, let's see what you... Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling smell has no relationship with the woman, does it? true. As it stands, we don't know any connection. Gosh, it would be the likely romantic if they were somehow to have mutual interest in black. Romantic? A woman in society such as myself views everything in terms of relationship. Well, we learn something new every day. Maybe we don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this foreigner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. Woman? More shit than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the wax and that that's great. So if you have even a worthwhile connection, you'll be the first to know. Oh, and because her and the... He wants a connection there, and then this doctor. Okay. Okay. I see now. They want you. They want you and you, don't they? Because he has a connection with her.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. These statements do you for counsel. So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I'm assuming that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Sith, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. Oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Alice's maiden name is Stevens. And to that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. If this is evidence to prove it. Goodness. As you say, how utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook this at last. I much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Sith to this mass murder known as the Professor. Okay, so is it... Where is it? One of the autopsy reports. Is it this one, or is it the other one? Let me look at this first. It's either this one or the other one. Safe here, just on the safe side. Ugh. Alright, is it... I think it's this one, because that one has Stevens on there.
Take that!
Yes, I've here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. 10-year-old autopsy report. What does that have? This is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor's... Well, the man was a capital offender, so... Right. This is the ratification of death that was drawn up after the common's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. What's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens. Starlight. Here's that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Sith 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Jeffrey very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Dispels. A waxwork that does in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Aspen is all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of the link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Sith and Mr. Enoch Rubble. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is almost extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Yes! There's one. Quite right. Can't let this trial come to an end now. Now, while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard, that's the corner. The light isn't my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Alright, that's 2. Alright, we need 2 more. The professor. That's what linked up frightful swindler in the corner. Alright, let's see what this one says. Your corner's under suspicion, then we're not done here yet, are we? Clearly. Alright. So is it between the presence of that piece of glass leaves me a little doubt. Outright evidence. So I get, would it be these 2? Because I presented an evidence to you. You're looking for evidence. Ugh. And that one really made no sense. So I think the other one is these 2. So I'm going to say 4 and 5 here.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. Whose statements do you refer to, Counsel? You can put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. The accusation that the Wacker's model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question. It's not without supporting evidence. As it is subjectively true sitting beside you. Ooh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't. If I could interject here, please do, sir. Now, this assertion yours about the action has been backed up by some solid evidence. It would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further. Not guilty, yes! There's 3. Ah, well, me too then. Really, that's all it took? Sorry? If this pretty gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't even go against Colonel Tom or anyone who's got stuff between the ears. Alright. Success! If you can call it that. Okay. Thank you, Counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty against 4 who called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. Trial must continue. We did it? Well done, Mr. Narrowhead. Another wonderful victory. The watchword of the despicable professor. He is a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe that a assertion could possibly be true. However, it will appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. I've heard of the professor that links Mr. Trevor and Dr. Seth. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. What you're hoping to prove, lad, I really don't. Truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony. The court is to delve deeper into this alleged involvement of the Wagner in this case. And the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? That just spells. I really thought the Luminancies would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Spells to appear as a witness, with immediate effect. carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You know, you're on the brink of moving Pandora's box. Court should now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Another 2 spells. Yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. To be continued. And we mean that. We mean that right now. Alright, this one. No, it's not this one. It is this one. Trial part 3. Holy fuck, okay. There's only 2 trial parts on this one, okay. So 24, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey defendant's in the chamber. The Knight Errant himself. Oh, you've been watching from the gallery, Mr. Jones? I've been catching my seat the entire time. True tours are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. And you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense! What's the professor this is all about? This is like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is it? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had abducted us, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. You knew the monster would come knocking at your door. How about typically? As it turns out, Edwards is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Yes, true. He's a great friend from University in the Dock. And now Waxman is the killer who took his brother's life as his parents too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to pursue that kick in his teeth. Dirty move on your part, my dear fellow. You threw that in front of the man. It may sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Let's do that. Sorry about that. Oh, yes. We'll take a minute. Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Sith, and Lord Van Zeeks. Seems that everybody in this trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes. That I alone am not a member of the set. That leaves me as an empty set. All alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me? Oh, it's you! Hello. Dr. Sith! Dr. Courtney Sith. Miss Stevens. Good day, you. Hello, Shells. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular threat? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report Rex did me. Why would you assume such a thing? Because Rex told me. The thing has been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory wielding my scalpel. Smell nothing but corpses and disinfectant. The policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happened, Dr. Sith. I accuse you of being complicit in what happened. Maybe that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. It certainly won't be possible. Lord Benzie's won't be summoning me as a witness. But Strongheart has forbidden it. Why? What, Strongheart? What? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor's case. Oh. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about that of me. But attempting to hide from the truth. That's cowardice. I always fought crime in the way that I see fit. No regrets, not at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. What does it all mean? It's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. Let's make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes. Got a word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Hold on. Thank you. Okay. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. Sean's caramel? Really? I ready to bar caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Why did they show me that? That was weird. What did that one even Mr. Shines really mean, I wonder? This is a bit about whatever may come to pass. Time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. October 24th, 12:40 p.m. Old Bailey Courtroom. I love that they just let the wax museum in there. Wax work in there. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to able to continue? Prosecution, ready. Yes, my lord. Defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with the damaging incident of the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. That seems to be the fate of all trials in which this weakness is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the Rashford was cardinally involved in this matter. Zeeks? My lord? Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Giselles? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Giselles to the steps. You're about to become a lot more intense. Trevor is responsible, and I'm sure he is. It means he must have an accomplice in Dr. Sith. What connects the pair of them? This is black. Yes. The model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. A continuous link admittedly. The president's all we have to go on. State your name and occupation for the poor, please. I get you're gonna be a douche no matter what, but maybe while we're defending your friend, you could chill with racism. Oh, I love you. She's doing Holmes. She's doing a Holmes Wackford. Oh, God. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artist. And the proprietors of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You have to pardon me for working as a testifier. A new exhibition must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my. What expressions is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed they had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Aspen. But of course, I know him well. He's part of my odious personages exhibit. I intend to say what is evident, but Miss Aspen does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps Professor faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now that the mask visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. Why? This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you carved on that fancy figure beneath the mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There's no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Quel dommage. But then you're unaware of the spell's principles. What principles? The family Dispels has always prided itself on sculpting its models of the perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. And voila, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Dispels waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Dispels family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Queen, that was true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. Holy shit. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Dispels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful record of our subjects. Dear me. So what disturbing tenacity of purpose? It's the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. It has been my family secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask, wait, the true visage of the killer is there? This is ludicrous. I have a question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel's success exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, is a sight to behold. You should go on. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You explain every detail of his macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. Okay. Professor Wackford, Special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. The impression of his eyes was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with the spell's family principles. I enlisted the aid of a grave digger and created a mold for the head of the cemetery just before the internet. Before the internet. Holy fuck. Goddamn, Ray. You've been reading too much. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. The grave digger. Men sanctioned us. Wait. I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew. Only the grave digger. What am I to do, huh? So you truly saw it. This is the monster. Naturally. I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But this world would not be just as if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. Read this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at the museum that a truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from that time. Whoa, look at that! And that's supposed to be Rubble on the left. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It's the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. And your article has been entered into the court record. Man rises from the grave. To search for words. Alright. Let's look at this. Okay. Mr. Trevor dreadful encounter, match privilege. Was the Batmaster to blame for the great blaze? Rises from the grave. Okay, so it's over here, but we can't really see too much about it. Okay. Yeah, there's Aspen's signature there. Monday, looks like a July, I'm guessing, maybe June. That's definitely a J. Okay. Public enjoys absurdity much so. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. It's a Blackbird for the exhibit that was stolen some days before the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. Professor, you see before you hear. That's puzzling. Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination. This Blackbird links Trevor to Dr. Sith. There has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Sith and Trevor was in on this crime together. Professor's waxwork. Special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocks society. Yeah, we know about that. President Raj was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with his family principles. I enlisted the aid of the grave digger and created a mold for the head just before the internet. Alright, let's press that one.
Hold it!
Sure, that's illegal, isn't it? We've seen the proprietors of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. It had part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt them, to record this history. There's the raison d'etre of the Spells Museum. I probably butchered that, and I apologize to everybody out there who speaks French. But the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution. It's truly nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. You realize what you're saying? Professor identity is a national secret! I understand. And now the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course I will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So Tintin goes on the night of the professor's execution. You took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. Okay, we definitely need to press this one.
Hold it!
Ugh. You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in catching the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Interesting. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear. What a horrible thought. What is with this music, by the way? Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Okay, that's gonna mean something. 3 hours after death, okay. Why 3 hours? Is that the amount of time significant? Rigor mortis, yeah. It's because of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis? According to the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, it's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then, from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education. It was a slightly scary one.
Dude, what your guy would never like, shut up!
As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. What about that information the court just heard from Madame Spells? It's definitely significant, absolutely. The information about the rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I don't mind at all. I have a feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere of the courtroom has become extremely grave. There's no time for jokes, Mrs. Otto. Madam, how the menu has been as discussed. Win some. Took me a very long time because it was before the onset of the remarks. On approach, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Okay, let me go back to this. Let me go ahead and press this one again.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw. About 3 hours post-death? Is that right? Oui, siesta. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. The advisor by artisan would be so well versed in the subject. No. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Now, I had no idea about it. Maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I would ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. I think it should be your domain. I'm not good with it. Here. I'll do my very best. Aw. Which is on it. Down approach, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Okay, let me press this one.
Hold it!
You see the dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then? Approximately. Well, I cannot say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. Okay, so we're talking late night, early morning then. The execution took place on 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. And it did. First, I would have been around 4:40 in the morning. Okay. So, let's do a time based around 4 a.m., give or take. That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. Yeah, there we go, 4 a.m., that sounds like about. It's necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Trump seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? Surely better go to extraordinary lengths for your work now. I wonder, what you just said particularly significant? I would say so. I don't know, is it because about how long it took you to complete the sculpture in the early sunrise? You concluded in your estimate. Is it going to be significant? Of course, you would like me to. What a writer's novel here. It is intriguing. Sunrise at 4 in the morning? It would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. I only made your formal testimony then, Dad. Pleasure. Hello. Okay. I already finished my work in the half hour before sunrise, then I let the students, of course, was interred. Alright, let me press that.
Hold it!
Time? Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I paid the grave digger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. You just paid off the warden too, then? I'd already paid the grave digger, as I said. You cannot bury vital signs of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret. Huh. So I was at 4:40 a.m. in that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. Yeah, I said about 4. Wait, that must be correct. That would be when the grave digger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So, that's all I have to go on. I feel like it's not enough. For some reason, Dr. Sith went along with Trevor's plan. Now, that's really true. Then the professor's the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be included in this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to recover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings back. Leanings and trial will be over. Agreed. And interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all this is more to Lord Van Sieg's than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. Ah, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Okay. So we gotta present something. Reports and principles. Okay, I don't think it's that. It could be this one. Well, the only thing we got really about the professor is this. What is this one? No, it wouldn't be that one. Wouldn't be that. And that, really, right? So, is it this? If you only have this. Let me try this. I'm going to try this one first. If that isn't it, then I'm going to try this. So we're going to do that one.
Objection!
Yeah. Alright. That's have here an attached report that was filed 10 years ago now. It refers to the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is. The testimony and particularly detail in the report completely contradict one another. Qua! You go and explain yourself, my Nipponese friend. According to her testimony, Madame Suspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. The midship was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Smith's report, it quickly says the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. Oh! I didn't even notice the time. Did she forge the report? Is that what happened? Did Dr. in this case, Dr. Stevens, did Courtney Stevens, in this case, because he was Stevens then, did she forge the report? I think she forged it. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Wait. Yes, you're right. The chin. It would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong. Yes, she forged it.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at this stated time. Impossible! Oh, so she didn't forge it and it was just the wrong time? Order! Order! Kendall is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Sith, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay prison where the execution took place? A hack! Extraordinary! Not my day!
Objection!
My one friend appears to have overruled one very crucial fact. What fact? Professor died that night, without question. He did. Of course he did. I made the man's little job with my own hands. There's no objection. Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? He didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly do you suggest did happen in that case? It's impossible to leave. Who would explain the link? Dr. Sith, the professor, and that one other person of interest. How that will explain exactly what just happened that night. Now to present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened the night of the professor. It's gotta be their article.
Take that!
Has to be. What happened that night is written very plainly in the newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of the night at local cemetery. You suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Wow! Don't be a fool! That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Serious. Point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word. Yes, indeed. Mazui! The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself. But obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There will surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
Drebber! Contrary, my lord. We all know the Wizard as well. What? Are you suggesting, Counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you can say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now, then, Counsel. Who's the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? We saw it in the wax museum. Where is he? Oh, he's already here. Trevor.
Take that!
The man in question is Enoch Trevor. Trevor. The previous witness? Special exhibit in the House of Horrors of Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork. Recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, inside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Dribble. Order! 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 Surely not, Counsel. Trevor was there in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about, Mr. Trevor? Is the name significant? Of course. Aunt Jill doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well. Excuse me, sorry about that. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the professional waxwork from your museum some days ago. It was perpetrated by the very same man. None. But that would mean Madame Tussauds. It would appear you know the name Enoch Trevor. Wait. Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my! Good gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus is a paper for which trumps the article I have already shown the court. Saying that his full name was only publicized in that article. Goodness me. Yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Trevor, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of the student dorms. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. The discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of the night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Trevor in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? Exactly that. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. Just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, he has been in my museum to recreate the scene of the terror from the cemetery. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. The public treated his claim as nothing more than a amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing today. Even though the waxwork build is a poor man for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask, so the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Aspen, but the same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Sith would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Sith put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebin. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebin used that particular waxwork as the body double. Arrgh! My lord! This court must summon Dr. Sith to the stand. If this is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebin were connected. Well, according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Sith is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? What are you gonna do, Benzies? Told us so herself, didn't she? Who Benzies won't be summoned as a witness? But Stronger is forbidden him. Stronger? I don't know if you were warned about this professor case. Please don't make this mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night I killed us 2 years ago. Surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Benzies. There's gonna be Reaper. Prosecution calls for the instructions from that missive to be scratched. The Lord Benzies! The missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebin and Dr. Sith both take the stand together. Order! 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 Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send us a opinion with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Sith of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend Her Majesty's orders. Alright. Enoch Drebin and Dr. Sith. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never be committed. Just a stone's throw away, you'll feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Ugh.
Don't mind me, I'm still working on Holmes.
Thank you for your taking such short notice, Dr. Sith. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Benzies. You completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, there's even a hint of wrongdoing, no matter who we concern for Mr. Rumples. I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as with any professor worth his salt. Mr. Rubble, you took the victim to life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Sith, as the investigating coroner, you were the first one on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in the crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes. I'm officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. That said, according to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following the execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Rubble, wasn't it? What you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality. It would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Sith. A secret so profound it could compel the court to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Rubble, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. Was the student who saw it. You see the resemblance, actually, can't you? The man Madame Tispelled, I mean. I'm sure he's not going to claim that really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? A bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Sure. What an interesting twist. Where at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Then now here we are, 10 years later, solving my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. That's an interesting look. So, Mr. Rubble, testimony please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across at Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. The cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlight, shall we say. Yes, the illustrations in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Bullshit. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model for me from wax. Okay, that was spells. Or whatever her name was. And I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You have to have the Squirrelies if you believe a corpse can come back from the dead. There was all that junk. But, did you say this article is not what the paper's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. The details of this article aren't true. It nullifies your argument for why Mr. Trevor and Mr. Sith would have been working together. Discrediting himself in my argument? Tell me, witness. You think you have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business? You have to elaborate. Now. That's right. Grave robbing. As you know, location is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you said? Yes, assuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any guy who was buried with the dead. So you were one of those so-called resurrectionists, particularly unpleasant scourge of society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You write divine attributions of it, and my god, think of a better name. Holy fuck. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. I had a great many headaches, and I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me on a big course, like I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Oh yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. Sketched that right in front of me as I was trying to see. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. You have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you have received the cross-examination now. At West Berlin. And it's 18 years earlier. Ugh. Yeah, we know grave robbing, okay. Right. Alright, let me press this. Ugh.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? The reason is at the rear of the Barclay Prison. So it's renowned among the students at the university for being haunted by ghosts of dead bodies. For some certain reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. As a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it! I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you got some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. Okay, so we might have to come back to this one. Ugh. Alright, so that one's evidence. So we need to do evidence on 3. Any material evidence that can show you really did see the professor. Everything at all has never heard of. I know. I need to present it against the backtrack mistake case. Point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Okay. Soon afterwards, I was visited by you. Okay, let's see about this.
Hold it!
A young woman being Madame Tiscaz, of course. Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I explained, I went by the name published in the article, and come to make her, I found the map. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, as you said. As a portion was barely paying my name at the time. The young lady put 5 pounds in front of me. So you readily consented to having a wax of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. Consider what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. They say, huh? I probably butchered that too. I apologize again. Did you? Yes, I remember. What was it, madam? This camera. Ooh. Ah. Oh, yes. I'm going to plan to take you with me whenever I need an excursion to the cemetery. You took the camera with you, sir? What in? For the details of the body's life is cemetery. But I don't think I've ever visited a graveyard again after that night. So I sold it. I see. I still have a bunch. I was done exhibit in my house of horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is a toughness thing. We've seen then that this is the very camera Mr. Joe took with him to load the exhibit on the night in question. Yes, interesting. These are the camera have been updated in the court record. The actual camera that Mr. Joe had with him 10 years ago, when the lens is extended, dark staining can be seen on the bellows. I give my game coincide Let me go back to this one. We got I never actually saw the person all there. Okay, so is this the article? Let's go back with just the professor portion. There's not too many professional things you can do. Newspaper article recounting the jail library and the jail library. Yeah, it's got to be that, right?
Objection!
Sorry, Mr. Trevor, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It was to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Trump, as you just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the dead man's mask. So unless you actually see the rest of that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Yeah! Order! Order! Well, Mr. Drebber? It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely, and as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses, and I realized that I had been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? You're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness. Then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. What? Press.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber. What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night. Other body snatchers were at work. So everybody came. So wait a minute. So other grave robbers came the same night you did. That's what you're claiming. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. So you saw other grave robbers. Okay. You claiming it was just another student on equally salvage business as yourself? Many of the medical students wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during the sections. It's their version of COVID, only in the 1800s. Okay, shut up. Your fellow was using such a mask to protect the numb. How many? What did you say?
Objection!
Well, there's more to the story, isn't there? The other goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath instilled once more. You might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps. He fired upon one of them. Gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery. I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well, I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Strange.
Oh, okay, alright. You got something to say?
Excuse me.
Back to spells. We'll take it out, Mr. Shows. Oh, la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Trevor's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. Had Monsieur Trevor claim it now. You don't mind me saying, madam. What are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, including the gunshot. Stop! I want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a kid, Trevor. No way to speak to a lady. Please mount up to spells. Carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Trevor told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort! No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing, and the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're being on the top! That will do! Mr. Trevor. Yes? Did you refuse the account just given by Madame to spells? I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on! Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Ugh. Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit racist accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering blood. Dark staining can be seen on the bellows. That's the blood.
Objection!
Mr. Driver, do you remember this camera? That's a camera from the fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Driver. And that's supposed to be significant. This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There. Just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah! That's right. There's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Sith? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it plays at all is simple enough. I'm impressed that Madame Tisfell's testimony was correct. And that on that night in question years ago, he was spattered with blood from a gunshot wound. And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor murdered from his tomb. Ah! There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Driver's obviously lying in order to protect somebody. Goodness. He's shooting someone? Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Dr. Sith. Well, Counselor, who is it then? Who is the witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? It has to be.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Sith. Sith? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most heinous murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. You didn't point out that the dead cannot come back to life. What you suggested would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
The fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of the misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would take the honor of the entire judiciary from the group ground up. And exactly because of those monumental repercussions, Dr. Sithing would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Sithing wasn't collaborating with Miss Trevor's wicked scheme. She was coerced in collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Aspen with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ah! Lord Zeeks! Pray, forgive my freshly filled heart of callous. A whole raft of other discourses now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall-tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. Executing a killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, experience at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. Ah, well, lad. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Ugh. Now have you considered this, my learned enemy's friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. I don't imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who's already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Aspen at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? Ugh. Who is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There's the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, then. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. The research grant was the aim taking Mr. Aspen's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Jones' motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Aspen. Why? What's his motive then? So does that mean this universe, the first RDJ Sherlock Holmes movie, is based on Iris' dramatization of this case? Possibly. Possibly, there's only chance. Time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? How do you explain why this engineer would throw all the caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
Oh, damn it. Tell me when you're gonna do that. Geez, I had to duck out of the way back here. Now they can't see my entire face at all.
Well, good before. Well, you know what I mean. At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Aspen to Trevor? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present two pieces of evidence. Okay, so I have two attributes. Okay. What it is. Okay, so we have to present two articles here, guys. Yes, my lord. The evidence I saw as a motive explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Okay, we... Yep, save. Save is right here. Okay, I think it's what we've been going with before. So the 10-year-old article.
Take that!
This is a newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago. And every detail has been examined already. What can you possibly tell us? Truth has never been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Prosecution, a scientist working on a mysterious device. Just saying. Yes, one of his evidence isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, which I think is the contract, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Aspen dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence which when cross-reference will, the newspaper article establishes a motive for the deed. Alright, where's the contract? Yep, that one.
Take that!
It's the contract, my lord. Mr. Dever, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Aspen. Yes, that's right. Very documented fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you returned to kill Mr. Odie Aspen. Since the defense has uncovered something the rest of us had missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. What exactly is the link between the newspaper article and the contract? Oh shit! It's there, it's the signature!
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? Ah! As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Aspen's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes! They're identical! In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Aspen.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would it constitute a motive for the witness to harassment? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes. Including dress codes to yourself is reasonably lucrative. That's quite beyond the pale. You look like divine retribution, sir. Yes. Well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It cost me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad grace to identify ambiguously, I might add. And I gave up my own dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. As a time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, the single newspaper article changed your entire life. So, Mr. Sithing used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Nassim managed to position himself at the heart of this criminal network, thanks to the many numerous connections he made during his time as reporter. You had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article written by Miss Jasmine. Enough! Stop this endless drill about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Rubble. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did. Only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that?
It was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses. So it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Logate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you generally believe that? Of course I do! Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say, that your words don't ring true at all. Dare you? And I had evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Here's Adam. I don't know. Fine. You think you have evidence? Go ahead. Show it. Look at you probably having to dispute the idea that I was happy to leave the university because of my lack of talent.
Take that!
What's that? You remember this, Mr. Trevor? We found it in your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes the emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Trevor? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Aspen was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving that man. The truth is finally it's going to fold. Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now. What? I admit all of it. What? What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coercively going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret 15 years ago. Good Lord! Dr. Sith!
Do you realize what you're saying, woman?
It's all true. Okay. When I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. Then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket.
Oh, I didn't see that. What is this?
Dr. Sith, you will go along with my plan.
From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago.
All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
Why on earth would you bawl now?
Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out. Even collaborated on murder. But the great lie about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Rubble, what do you say to that? Your comments admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. Do you admit your part in it too, then?
I admit nothing at all.
What?
I've forgotten that this machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion. Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! Ow! Order! Order! Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. Lord Benzies. Yes. I hope you accept my apologies. What was next is in your hands, of course. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper form in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoers of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Oh yeah, forgot all about him. Very true. It's in my mind. It's in my mind too. I was so wrapped in the other, I completely forgot about that. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
court is heard. That is admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean, at the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. The prosecution have any objection? None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You proved Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication, unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Doctor just suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like we said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Is that really what we want? The thing should be pushing for now is further testimony.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony.
What?
Yes! Yes, only this. I want to see that. I would love to see us on it. You do realize I'm about to advocate in favor of the client, I presume. Playing it now, my nippy's friend. Who would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? That offense lady in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? Truth. The whole truth. And nothing but the knowledge, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes. Hindsight. Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go. Taking the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth. So let it out of your sight. So like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sorry, Mr. Schultz. No. Just this would happen. But only because he didn't whip up on time machine. They did the other document. Yes, I'm here in court down here for my client. Secure and equip. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe I have a duty to the court. See the whole truth of the case. Every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further judgment from Dr. Sith. That's money from me. About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Rubble. You didn't escape your case. I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. Ah! As the solution made very plain, your client will get whatever you wanted. Simply no point in betraying his further than the military's cross-examination.
Objection!
Ah, shit, they won my other bottle. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. How many more bottles do we have? 800. Okay, we're good.
That's what you call it.
What's your objection, Lord Benzies? Prosecution. Also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! there is more to this case that has yet to be light. I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts to the bitter end. Yo, what? Different Zeeks. This is most irregular to say the least. Whereas the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Sith, you testify for the court. Explain the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Rubble. Very well. The Waxwork plot. It all began at the scene where I saw the Waxwork and the note tucked inside the jacket. The body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways so it would be extended, which was my job. Okay, I'll definitely have more information there. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation to adjust the scene appropriately. And usually the state secret of the highest level. Protected. So it's right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. So it seems. And all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. What kind of you to say? What about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body of being in the Crystal Tower and send it on the stage. That's all? It's a terrible corruption! All my team were aware of the secret, and only under my explicit instructions. I object, because I also want what he wants. Wait, what? Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. Must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. No particular need for cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I tend to feel like there's something wrong. Let's look at that expression on Dr. Sith's face. So the physicist right to cross-examine any witness following his testimony. It isn't about you Japanese that make you also doggedly persistent. Very well. So desire, Counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. The Waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the Waxwork, and I want to do. Is it this one? Ugh. No, this right here. Yeah, this is the one I want to press.
Hold it!
When you say arrange, I presume you mean with this. Yes. The instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that harebrain alone could have killed Aspen. So, you mean that was your doing? There's harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage. Took it with me. Alone. To the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. Word. What is it, Mrs. Otter? Something about Dr. Sith's last statement. It's playing on my mind. That's all. Yes. Mine too. Dr. Sith! I feel no need to shout. You hear perfectly well. The thing calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? Ugh. What I want to hear someone to testimony with is real cause of what you did to the victim. How you stabbed Miss Jasmine in the chest, that part. Fine, that's what you want. There's really no need to point. It's kind of my thing, okay? Prosecution concurs. You're pointing too! Very well, you submit your testimony now, witness. You wish, my lord. You stood over the victim's corpse where laying the top of the constitute into the chest. We haven't used this at all yet, so I'm wondering if this is where we use it now.
Objection!
Yeah, okay. We haven't used this entire case, so I had it in there somewhere. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. Ugh. What is the matter, Counsel? You lost your tongue? I apologize for that. Dr. Sith, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Which shows the victim in the bird cage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
But has already examined the photograph of death. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we've already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. What exactly would you see with the witness statement? It's a bloodstain, right?
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. Placing in a downward direction toward the man's feet. Why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the convenience machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah! Of course, no. That's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Sith made it very clear in testimony just now. The point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion and the bird had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would fall on the side after the 30-foot drop. And the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Ah! Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Aspen, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Sith, your latest interview was a total fabrication! Ah! Ah! Right. Now, identify the contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Sith. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Trevor as a result of left in the grass work. And that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate that defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the blood stain really tells us has only one possible answer. That is the case. What is it, man? Counsel, you clearly struck up a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Sith's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in Toastman? How she was coerced, the stabbing of the victim, the autopsy report. The stabbing of the body, the victim. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downward as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible! Man was dead, remember? No, that's the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Aspen didn't die in the fall. Oh, and that's when she stabbed him. Okay. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Sith appeared. The victim was in fact alive at that point in time. It changes everything. Ah. Ah! Mr. Ernie Aspen's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the master behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Sith! Ah! Order! 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 Can this possibly be true? You taking me for a fool? You, was it? You killed him? You thought that by admitting to be an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. For you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up! You're desperate now, you're making us all this up. As if I would do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Our has established the fact that evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What do you mean? I thought it was obvious. Motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Aspen? Aspen was involved in a number of criminal activities from coercion to theft and murder. There's no known connection to Dr. Sithing. I'm not really to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive. There's still something in the back of my mind. I'm sure I've seen something somewhere that hints on why the partner might have done this. Yes, no timber with a fine seeming not gonna fake the forge. But murdering someone for no reason is a pretty different story.
Objection!
No. When you question what possible reason you could have for when you finish asking, something did come to mind. What? What was it, Captain? Lighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. A particular object that explains why Dr. Sithing would have wanted to kill Mr. Aspen. Oh, the scalpels! Remember they had bought like 5,000 or whatever it was? Scalpel. Or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? Ah! It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You. Come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Let's get to the book here. The accounting ledger. Record from the forensic investigation is spent. Oh. What is it? It doesn't seem purchase various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, the order seems rather strange. Really? No way. You're buying 500 scalpels every month! $500 scalpels a month? At first I wondered what else we could be using that many scalpels for. But actually I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them. Disappearing every month from the department's accounts. They rely heavily on extortion for its funding. Using the money from the forensic investigation account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Aspen was still a journalist who wrote his article about Mr. Trevor, he may well stumble upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Your darkest secret? Good lord, you mean... I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did entirely your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Aspen in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your darkest secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you! But we had to keep covered up all these long years. Very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Sith will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, Own up for what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth. You were robbed of a bright, successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your concentration now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for. To sever the hold that fate had over all of these years. Super high voltage instantaneous? I mean, really. Seattle brain mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that we don't have talent. Can't even get that right. So they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about the wonderful hypotheses. Their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. Can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Driver. I was particularly pleased with the Kinesis machine. Made for quite a show, didn't it? But you did it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all. In the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Aspen's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. Well, the revenge you sought didn't stop at Aspen, did it? Which is where that particular waxer comes in. Yes, I see. It didn't comment that you saw rising from the grave those low-gauge cemetery 10 years ago. Your account of those events was all true. Obviously, Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model, in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Sithing, to be precise. Just a year ago, by some extraordinary twist of fate, Aspen turned up at my workshop. I didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the corner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. Alright, hell. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him. For revenge. I had that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my head at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain, excuse me. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. He had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions result in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Wow. The Renzies. Lord Dr. Sith. Many of one of her arrests has been granted, and she's under remand in custody, I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Rubble. Mr. Rubble's situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. So it is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Mr. Harebrain? Oh, yes? Seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. It's been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. The Sithing scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, above all, a fool. Professor. I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. It's gotta leave believing that all I can do is whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor. That's not true. What? Don't tie yourself with the same brush as Rubble. What happened was his doing, and his alone. That was his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. It's his. And the derision with which you referred to earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even, man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to provide another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Derek. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Yes, my lord? Is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused? I presume there are no objections? None for me, your lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? It's done, Evie. It's all over? Good, I can get some more corn now? Yay! I don't know what's going on the yard these days. I just don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty! Let the fireworks fly! Oh, it's still confetti. Fuck. Now it's fireworks. Let the fireworks into confetti fly. There we go. Court is adjourned. It's over. That was some trial. October 24th, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey Detention Chamber.
Professor! What a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is.
Congratulations, Professor Harebrained.
Naruto, Mrs. Otto, I am truly
Beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realized you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Ah, right now, you know? If I had that research fair money, I'd give the whole lot to you. Every penny.
Well, it's very kind, but I'm just a student, so fuck you. Hey, you know what? I'll take it. Hey, Harebrained, give me the money. We don't need any financial reward. This bill is more than enough. I do. What can I do?
Ah! How about this? As a memento, the paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor. What do you do now?
Oh my. What am I gonna do?
What about this in my great machine?
Machine lies and drones.
It's been too long since
That was last in London.
so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing.
It's a really good exhibition, Blossom.
You too. See if it is risky.
Oh, yes. That's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that.
Oh. Hello? Lord Zeeks? What are you doing in here?
There.
Sorry you had to go through that. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You look a great deal behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. Why are you saying that? One of the future friends I have. I don't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Oh, the defense? Did you hear that right? I feel like you're my best interest at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? A long time since I left the university. A lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. Why? What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the ticket. Something's happening.
But no! Hold on a minute, Derek. What about the great exhibition? This is a chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see anyone from this iceberg. Lorenz Zeeks? What's all this about? Unnecessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. Well, can you explain it to me? Because I don't know what the fuck's going on. You?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsman was doing.
Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time.
It was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsman is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. You mean Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. It's been the pattern up to now. Of course, we know that both Mr. Nesbitt and Gina were completely innocent. Wait, are they going after Gina next? True. As that governs the Reaper's actions, the truly innocent are spared. Okay. I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friends. Barrett! Like the mustache Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm backing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend shake packets get any say in it? Goodness. Is this your digital Logan's? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes. Alright. Mother Mission Naruto? Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. Suppose we didn't know you. Best wishes, Professor, in my brain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? Have you gone too? We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Okay. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as we walked away this time. The Enigma. Derek Genzies. Someone to discuss, I wonder. The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. Okay. October 24th, 4:58 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. So, you satisfied? You seem like a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least. The man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity toward you Nipponese comes from. Oh, we're finally into a backstory. Ugh. Well, first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some significance led to your thorough dislike of my race. Tell me what happened, please? The professor. I never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. You took your brother's life. What? My brother was Clint Denzieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions key member of the judiciary. Looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh! It was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikitoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clay introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. My first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects either. Just an ever-growing list of victims. In the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. So sorry, Lord Vinces. Truly. Flint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. He wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. I finally found out the killer's identity. The reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. Plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extreme sensitivity between diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. The British public had known the identity of the killer. Not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up in a war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the pressure was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Alright. So, if I had to guess... Let me see if I'm right. Sogi's father, maybe?
That's the professor? Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Oh, just Japanese? Okay.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
That's Asogi's father, isn't it? Hello, Asogi.
Father.
Damn it! I knew it! It was his father!
What? Father? Kazuma!
Yep. Had a
My best
feeling.
friend, Kazuma Asogi.
Best friend, Kazuma Asogi.
After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
So how did he survive on the boat then? And where'd he go?
As he stood there before me. Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma. I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence. Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow. I've made it. At last. Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
You're gonna cut it off, aren't you?
Kazuma.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about.
Yes, we
But
do.
now is not the time.
Then when is the time?
I'll be seeing you.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. Why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Benzi's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too? The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Which is out of sound. All this is tied up with the painful news for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. Took time to adjust to having father around, just when I was starting to get used to it. He called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father. So he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. I'm sure you worked out. That young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion, I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
And the demasking. That case was so good. That really was an awesome case. A lot of twists and turns. I kind of called the Asogi thing, the father thing. And it just made a lot of sense. Wow, what a case. So next Monday will be Twisted Karma in his last bow. So episode 4. So we're getting down to the we're getting down to everything here, guys. Chapter 4 is coming up next Monday. So that's going to go ahead and do it for me tonight. If I do have time, like I said, I will go ahead and try to do Saturday and Sunday. But like I said, no guarantees, just like last weekend. More than likely won't be able to do it because, like I said, annual enrollment is a pain in the butt when it comes to health insurance work as an insurance agent. We will be back next Monday for sure. I'll try to be back Saturday and Sunday, if not. Until then, be kind to yourselves. Do want to thank OnlyFans. Do want to thank Winter Soldier for coming out. Very, very appreciated. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to your family, your friends, even strangers. We'll see you next time. Good night. Good gaming. Take care, guys.